Hello, welcome, good afternoon. Bring the volume of that down, push that button, check that's working, good. Okay, so plan today is to make cake. Well, plan today is to make a bunch of other things, but making cake is the primary thing. Basically, I need to increase the amount of people we have. We are almost out and we've upgraded all of these. We have housing for on the way, and I have instructed my diggers to be dumping a whole bunch of stuff around here, namely enough that I could get one more row of houses down here and two more down here. So one of the things we're going to be doing probably first is moving all of this lot. I don't believe I need to take these down. I think what I can do is, if we build the new ones and then build them paused, we can unpause those, then pause these, and then tear this lot down. Water stuff we can probably just slot in here. Should have enough of these for the remaining food types. We need one for cake. We're going to need one for cake, one for sweets, snacks rather, and then one for sausages. I think are our three remaining foodstuffs. Cake we already have unlocked. Sausages. Snacks, which for some reason up here, we really should move this to here because it would make a little bit more sense. It's out the way there. Are there any other foodstuffs? Not that I can see. So yeah, those three buildings should be enough. We can leave the space there for one more. So let's put that here. Pause construction for the time being. I forgot that I had that mode enabled. We're going to need replacements for both of these. This needs a little bit more thought because I don't want to block the road. I kind of want to have everything next to each other. Them here so they're easier to get to. At the minute, one of these is more than enough, isn't it? We need to figure out what our waste output was. Oh, we're actually getting close to needing to bring a second one of these online. So we will work on the assumption that we'll have enough space for 3 of these then. We'll keep that idea. Here's a question. Can I take these? Up and over around the back. No, I would have to bring them this way. We can still... Yeah, that's still workable though. Although, is that actually a fast belt? That is a fast belt. That one needs to be a tier 2 belt. didn't actually remember that we can do that to speed that up. Let's bring that up to level 1. Bring it over the top. There, and then we'll figure out what to do with that. Actually, that doesn't want to be. That can... yeah, it'll be fine. I was going to say, we don't need a tier 2 for that. So, update 2.5 is out? Is that right? Is it 2.5? No, it's 7.5. Update 7.5 is now out. And they've added a few very nice things. Firstly, I have gone around and replaced all of these. These are now 1 block wider, so they perfectly line up with the bridges. Unfortunately, we had to make these ones small ones because the big ones no longer fit in here while still being lined up. So I've replaced all of the crossings already. What else did I do between episodes? I've upgraded this, so these are now the more advanced glass makers. Which means we don't need to have them overclocked to have the same output. Theoretically, they are using less resources because we're not losing glass to recycling. Or not losing as much glass to recycling. What else? I think that's basically it. We monitored our nuclear power plant and it was running fine. So that should be all good. I think I've allocated this area here and started digging out. Do they really not have anywhere to dump anymore? Oh, no, that's fine. That was the plan. One thing that I think I'm going to have a problem with if I want to get or use nuclear as primary power. That is not actually keeping up with the demand for nuclear. I think it's going to be keeping up with the demand for acid. I did notice that our acid supply wasn't great. Yes, I did a little bit of rerouting here so that the sulfur being produced from here is getting fed back into the place making us acid, first and foremost. This also can have a truck delivered to it, and then this is also being requesting sulfur from this one up here, which is obviously this plant up here, so that tweak was made. But that's a good point. We haven't actually looked at that yet. Which one button is? That's the button we're looking for. Trains. No. What we actually want is this. Hydrogen locomotive. It's a tad more expensive. So, I believe, from what they said in the patch notes, this has a higher top speed than diesel, but it doesn't have as much torque as diesel. So, same as with the steam locomotive. The steam locomotive doesn't have as much speed, but it can get up to speed faster because it has a higher torque. At least that's how I'm translating it. I don't know whether or not that's how it's actually working in the back end. So they're not good on slopes. And these are actually pretty damn good getting up slopes. So, the problem is that obviously while we've got made them as, actually no, that one isn't. That one's still as sharp a slope as it can be. And if this is our main production area, all trains have to go through here anyway, so they will have to go up this slope. I may need to redo this slope, which is going to cause a problem because the water's coming from here as well. If I want the trains to be as efficient as possible. All of this is flats, and then there's another slope here. This is where we're going to get our first lot from, but then it's going to have to come down here, come along here to get to this over there. And likewise, if we're going the other way to get the iron and other iron and coal, there's a slope there, there's a slope here. So I don't know, we may actually still be better off using steam just because of its ability to get up and down slopes better. What if you had a bunch of carriages behind you? I was planning in the long term so that everything is going in one direction. Eh. $400 meters. 8.5. Oh yeah, but this can't get up to as good a speed. 3.1. $200 tiles, 400 meters. This is still faster. Even though, or on flat, even though it has a lower top speed. But 200 tiles, how far is that? These grids are not, I think they're 16 by 16. So 200 tiles is like 10 of these, or a little over 10 of these. It'd be closer to 12 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I wonder if there's a... It'd be really nice if I could change this here. I wonder if it's given... Nah. Ah, this isn't actually including acceleration. Well, no, it must do. Because that's 56 kilometers an hour and it takes less time than this, which can go 90. It's 66 kilometers an hour because of how long it takes to get up to speed. So yeah, for a long distance on flats, these are definitely going to be better. It's just going to be a matter of like, how well can it get up this hill when it's... to be fair, it will be empty. If we keep in main production facilities here, it will be empty when it hits this hill. Okay, okay, we're going to need to give these a little bit more space. Just so we're not accidentally... Okay, this is going to be the wrong way around. Oh, no, it's going the right way. That's fine. Okay, that there, that there. That there, that there. Oh yeah, this is these output flats. There we go. That still gives us room to put another thing here. But we're also going to have eventually room to have another one there. But we can always move this entire thing over now that we have everything lined up. So waste comes out of here. Goes into those. Let's shift this over a little bit. There will do. Okay. I actually don't mind if this lock comes online, so let's just get this built. We did copy everything from down south, so these should be set to empty. Let's also build this. And we need to bring in... Gonna need a bigger pipe eventually. I think we might do that now then. We may as well. And that's already upgraded, so let's just go ahead and upgrade that one as well. And yeah, this thing, put it there to allow us to tear down this back end. In fact, if we add another building here, I don't think we can line these up yet. Yeah. Then these ones can come over here and we still have outputs here that we can use. So rather than this lot being this side, we can put it this side. Does mean vehicles will have to come along here to get around it, but that's fine because it's still in line with this and these are the primary inputs. Okay. That should be everything we need. We just need to wait for them to finish building it. Let's do a quick check around everywhere else. That's fine. You're going to need more allocation soon. Do I need to allocate a bit more yet? Not yet. You're still making decent enough progress. These guys are going to need a bit more. How much deeper we got of the copper? 2 in some places, 3 in others. It's getting dangerously low. Okay, we can flatten out this lot here now. We don't need to, but it's like we may as well flatten the entire area. I am debating, may not need to make the decision today, I'm debating moving actual processing of copper and iron to here. So making iron plates, steel plates, copper plates here rather than over there. It does mean that we would need to bring the sand over here, and would need to bring the limestone over here and the acid over here. And then ship the results back out again. But if the plan is to eventually rip up all of this, well, maybe the entire thing, then it's not necessarily a bad idea. Just means that we'll have more trains with specific products on them. Okay. If I lower the priority of that, and lower the priority of that, and of that, then in theory, nope, they're still outputting here, so long as we pause it when it doesn't have something in it. Okay, transformers up. Okay, these ones are allowed to be delivered to by trucks. We don't need trucks handling the output. The rest of these, however, this one is household waste. We should get that online because we're going to need it soon. Okay. Let's not delete any of the houses. Good. We can actually remove the entirety of that waistline. Up to here. That's online and running and being fed. Okay. 0 disruption to our people's lives. Now, let's think. So I'm fairly sure the adjacency bonus of these don't stack, but does work diagonally. Once these have been removed, we'll be able to find that out for sure. Let's place that there. What if I place that there? No, you're not going to tell me. Because I think I can remove that and move this down here, but if we are going to use this line as well, then this entire line isn't going to get any adjacency bonus. I should probably look up how decorations are supposed to work. Bonus to adjacent housings 1. bonus to adjacent housing. Sometimes adjacent just means these, other times it does mean all 4 of them. Just trying to think of the most efficient way of doing this. I mean, what I'm probably going to do is very, very carefully. Now we got this flattened out, I may get my sand diggers to come over to here and strip out a line here so that I can put a retaining wall there. Put 2 retaining walls there, actually. So flat is 4. At least flat for this area is 4. Where is it? That's not indicating that it has anything to dig. There's a few bits of rocks here. Why are you telling me that you... Oh, right, because the 1 square I happened to grab is a flat of 4. Okay, so this is flat at 3. And what we want is to come over to here. And dig out all of that. Yes, this is what we will do. With a view that eventually we will just dump another line along here if we need to expand this further. So we will aim to dig the sand out of this area first. But yeah. And I think what we'll do is, yeah, replace that, move it here. Gives us room for another set of houses here. And then these can come over to this side. It will mean that there is an unnecessary, or these ones here will get 2 adjacencies. But I don't think that's going to affect anything. But that's like the last part of any expansion that we do. Okay, so let's get this being built. Once this is built, we'll disassemble this. And straight up put one of these in here. I'm going to put my first tier 4 house in here. Is it tier 4? Tier 4, yeah. Okay. This will want to be cake. As you know, we'll make that one sausages. This one here can be cake. Mark this as meat for now. Did we only queue up houses next? We have. Okay, that's fine. Do I queue up sausages next? I need salt. We'll have to see how that goes. Oh yeah, and this needs canola anyway, so let's queue up sausages next. Then we'll queue up to canola. Then we'll queue up snacks. And then we'll queue up luxury goods. Greenhouse 2. We did just upgrade 2 of our greenhouses. We could always just build a 5th. It's a lot of glass. We'll queue up greenhouses after the food. Because I'm fairly sure we're going to need another farm just to be able to, because we've got one more product we need to make anyway. Okay. So I was looking at sausages mostly for, okay, food processor to make 24. So I don't think we need more than a single one of these. We have salt over here. The meat trimmings comes out here. The salt is there. We also need this. So I think we move this over to here. Chickens coming this way, but the meat trimmings are going that way. We can reroute that. That's not too big of a deal. Similarly with the salt, that's a little bit too close. And no, there's a space of 1 here. We can remove that, go up and bring the salt along this way as well. Albeit we will have to probably bring it over the top of this lot. You may actually need a second one of these, because this is used for cake as well. I would not be surprised if we end up needing that. That'll be for sausage. Cake, I'm assuming, is made in this thing. That needs a lot of inputs. 5 inputs. Eggs are here, this will be here. Fruit would need to be pulled off from here. Sugar is processed. I'm assuming through one of these. No, not through one of those. There is sugar. This can probably go up here without too much issue. Okay, there's housing. Yeah, it still only gets a 1 bonus from having 2 things directly next to it. We're gonna have to do that way. So it gets an additional bonus if we feed it computers, which is a ways off. Where is... that's housing. Consumer electronics. Okay. We won't worry about making those types of houses for a while then. We'll quick build that so that we can get it in there. And that'll get us the ability to increase our population a bit more. And we'll add those, but we're not so worried about them being quickly made. Let's move these down to here. Yep, that's fine. Cake goes into there. Right, so we do have the ability to make sugarcane, we just haven't allocated it anywhere. But we would need to reduce the... yeah, we're going to need 1 more farm up and running. One way or another. Let me pin this so that we can get the information to hand while I check this. Tofu is about 5 per second. Tofu is being made here. Or rather, 5 per minute. This makes 12 per minute. Requiring 9 input per minute. So to service 5, say 6, then we need 4.5 input of soybeans. 2.2, 2.3. So we don't need this one or this one. Input rate of 15. This is 12 sugar out. You store sugarcane. sugar is loose. Okay, we can connect this directly into here and then just move where this ramp is, or rather connect this one directly into there. Although this is the first thing that outputs biomass, so we do need to add a filter to here for biomass. If we do that, we need a secondary filter to then pull the biomass out. So I think instead it's better to put the filter in there to get the biomass out. And then loop it up and in. Get rid of that so that we can add in there, program it with biomass, insta-build it. This doesn't need to be insta-built. Okay, so that gets us to the ability to pull biomass off. Yeah, that's fine. Do that. Oh, they have worked fast. Extra 700 population is going to be on its way. Okay, vegetables have caught up. I'm kind of deliberately not turning this one on. We have the spare that we can turn the fuel saver on. Although the fuel saver is reducing the amount of the fuel saver is reducing the amount of oil that gets converted into sour water. Let's just make everyone healthier. Hospitals are on... Oh, we never actually added that to the queue. Hospitals come before luxury goods. Okay, trucks are struggling to reach somewhere. Presumably all of this. No, they can get around and under. They can get to here. They can get to there. What are you trying to get to? I think it just changed its target. Not sure what they're complaining about. Copper is getting low. They have about finished that bit there. Let's get the next line. Anywhere that looks like it has some amount of green in it. And there's the tiniest bit of green left in this bit of the mountain here. Can I remove that for a second? Okay, yeah, right the way along that face. May as well get the iron. It gets filtered out, so it's not that big of a deal one way or the other. Okay. So that'll get us sugar. Could really use this sausage production. Let's... Oh, we already increased research efficiency. Well, I think that works nicely, if that does go there. Gonna produce 24. Guts. This stuff. Meat trimmings. Salt, meat trimmings, and then flour. I think we'll feed this directly from here. Yeah, collectively the two will make enough. Although I don't know how quickly they're going to go through cake. And we do need to get cooking oil in. How are we doing cooking oil? Gonna make it from canola. Canola is making it in a mill. But, canola is the better way of making it. We get more of it. But we can also make it from soybeans. And soybeans can be digested, whereas canola cannot. Take it around to where the ethanol's being made. Make fuel gas out of it. Although then we'd need to make steam. We could deliver it back to the oil, or the have something deliver the diesel back to the oil refinery. That's probably the better way of doing it. Just allow the trucks to take the diesel from here and take it back to the oil refinery, and the oil refinery will then do the rest of it. Okay, so that's how we would do it. So we need another mill. is that made if not in a mill then? Soybeans. Ah, right, it requires us to actually have access to biodiesel first. So yeah, we cannot make cake just yet. Is there a fluid output in the front of here? There is. We can use the corn mash recipe as a placeholder. There's no fluid input. We have an animal feed output. And a fluid output. Right, and that's flat. I think we need to flip this. It's not going to need water, does it? No, it does need a fluid. So... we can actually block that one off. This one also doesn't have a fluid output. So that'll work. This needs salt. We'll take the meat trimmings all the way over the top. Oh wait, we're not using height 4. We can do it this way. So bring that up to 1 here. We need to get eggs over to here. We can always move these apart a little bit. The bigger problem here is going to come from if we need yeah, the bigger problem here is going to come from if we need to build more of these. Okay. What can't you reach? Really? Around here, under here, over to here. You absolutely can reach that. We best make sure that these digesters are set up for sugarcane. sugarcane be turned into animal feed? Nope. Why do you think you're blocked? Oh. This here is why it thinks it's blocked. Now they'll be able to get to it. Okay, quickly, while we don't have any meat waiting around. Okay, connect to that, bring it immediately down and into there. Flip the direction. Take the biomass into there. Alright, we need to get sugar over here as well. Forgot about that. Okay, let's quick get rid of that. Go U-shape connector there. Connect from up here to down there. U-shape lift. Okay. Bring salt down to here. Still need to get meat trimmings over. The last few bits of it, yes. And then hospital equipment. Okay, good. They can get around here now. Fairly sure they can't build these ones, but that's fine. Actually, this is all very well and good, but we do still need to get rid of any excess. Okay, that'll do that. Meat trimmings for the sausage factory. It has salt, it has wheat. We do, however, need to get that wheat to here. May have to reroute the viscera. I move it forward a little bit, bring this to here, then we can get that up and over and through here and into there. And that'll work. But then we also need to get, this will be canola. We have a height 5 available here to bring it around. That's what the digesters are for. Just turn it into fuel gas. Burn it for power. With some minor exceptions. Canola being the one that's going to cause the bigger problem, but then you just turn that into diesel. Where are you trying to get to now? Shift delete. Right, shift delete. That makes me food oil. Which will be piped directly in. And let us fork that off to go elsewhere later. We need eggs, we need fruit. Thinking about it now, actually getting all the things through this gap here we're going to need to get through it is going to be basically impossible. We need to get wheat. Oh no, we just need to get wheat and fruit through that gap. And if the trucks are going to take too long to bring that over, let's just get that now. Ah, you're trying to build this and you can't. That's fine. Theoretically, I'm not too far away from actually being able to get space. We just got nuclear power up and running. And space is actually only here. We just need aluminum production. Aluminium production. Okay, I want to remove that for now. So we can figure out how we're going to weave everything we need to weave through here. Eggs can just come straight in. We need to get fruit through this gap as well, though. And then we need to bring sugar over. I don't have to do this in such a tight space. I could move things out. I mean, we have this space here. All we would need to do is make sure we put a bridge here. And then we can give ourselves a bit more room. And the other thing we need to produce is snacks. Those are the last 3 foodstuffs. And again, that's just a food processor. It's just a matter of getting the resources over from the other side. Okay, let's bridge and move these. Stop trying to do them in such a condensed space. We have some extra space. We don't need it to be that close. Okay. Sausage production I'm happy to keep here. Let's move cake production. So we still need to feed this. This is going to be wheat. Do we have an easy way to output the waste? No, we'll have to take the waste up and over and probably connect it into there. That's fine. Let's bring this. Actually, no, we don't need anything else to go into there, so as long as we're over the top of that, that can just... Oop, no, not quite. Actually, no, that would have worked. It's the fact that it's trying to keep the pipe clear. It doesn't need to. There. Okay, that's all the inputs we need for sausages. We now need to figure out how we're going to get that out. We will also need to get the sausages themselves, or the viscera over. That is a height of 2 there, so if we put that there, bring it over to here, bring it down, and then connect it into there. Okay. Okay, we'll need them to quick build this lot here, but they can manually build that bit there. They should be able to manually build all of that. Might as well bring that online. Bring all of this lot over. Quick build that because I forgot to get it up and running. They're going to be wanting their meat. Bigger issue is probably going to be that we may not be making enough trimming, but we have options for that. This is storing excess chickens here. So we can always get it that way if we need to. Okay. Let's use a lift here. What height do we need to be at to get over that? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Should be down by 2. Okay. So that's that. Back to cake. Baking unit. Cake. Mill. I'll set it to that for now, because we don't have the recipe. So what do we need to bring from over there to over here to make a cake? And how much of it is shared with snacks? So we need cooking oil, which we're making over here. So for cake, flour is being made over there. Sugar is being made over there. No. Yes, sugar's being made over there. Eggs and fruit are over there as well. The bridge we built is probably not big enough. Because we need to get 4 under it to feed this. Then we need to get this out. Plastics. We're also then going to need corn. So that immediately makes it 5. With the need to get 2 of them out. To bring them over to here, to then run them under this bridge to put them into here. So yeah, we need a bigger bridge. Let's leave ourselves enough room to be able to do something with this if we need to. We move them forward 1 more. We should never need to build this second one, but better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. As it is said. And if we do, at that point I'll figure out how we're going to spaghetti this lot to feed it all. At least we don't then need to rebuild the entire buildings themselves. Okay, you may build the bridge now. What are snacks made in? Food processor. Okay. Should be enough room to route these around into here. Should be all flat goods. Yeah, we can't build that or plan that until these are happy. Do we need to bring over any storage for this? No. What about for snacks? We need plastics, don't we? Oh, and salt. I need to route salt under this. So it is a good job that we upgraded this. Although that said, we just made another mistake in that we put the bridge too close to this. a good job nobody's brought anything to it yet. That is barely any further back. There we go. There we go. That'll do. Okay. That'll let us route these two underneath there and into there. The salt. Salt is coming. We already have a need to divert it though. And if we're going to divert it, we may as well do this all properly then. It's not like it's going to take any longer. And if we need a second one for this, that'll give us a second one for this. If at any point we need more bread, we'll just overclock these. Here, let me remove the boulder for you. Okay, that's fine. Although, why are you telling me that your output is full? Presumably just because you don't have a belt attached to you at the moment. Okay, how can we weave all this lot together? I think lifts is the only way this works. For the short term, this actually wants to be going that way round. We are absolutely going to forget to reverse this if we ever need to bring this second one online and both of these online. I'm hoping we shouldn't do, given how much food we need for other things. But if we do, we're going to forget. We sorted that. Okay. That's all fine. We need to get the sugar out of here at some point. Is this bit done? I think that bit's done because it doesn't need water. Yeah, that bit's done. So these come over to here. We also then need fruit. This one is fruit, I think. Yes, there's fruit. Interesting. It can figure a way around it. Has to go up and over it. Or it can go that way round, but we need this to go that way. That's tofu. Here's our eggs. Okay, what else do we need? We have our salt, we have our flour, we have our fruit, we have our eggs. The salt we need for crisps. They're crisps, they're not snacks, they're crisps. Fruit, eggs, sugar. Sugar, canola, which we haven't got a filter for yet. Sugar, canola, and we need to make a decision. Do we make potato chips or corn chips? I think we make corn chips just because it uses less plastic. Okay. So we need sugar, corn, and canola. There is corn. That filled up real fucking quick. Which one's corn? That one at the bottom there is corn. This is true. But that's clearly a crisp packet. It's got Doritos on the front of it. Then again, I don't think Doritos are actually made of potatoes. What are Doritos made of? That bit's safe. Okay, which way do we route corn? Corn we could reasonably bring over the top and then down here. They've made the bridge, so we can actually do this bit now. I'm fairly sure these must be that. What's the default output for corn? This one is the default output for corn. So we can just pull off of that then. In fact, we could pull off of that from this side. There you go. Nice and simple. We grab from here, we go up to 1, and we bring it over all of this. Stop trying to connect to things. What are you even trying to join to? It's being weird. Fine. There, then up. And then over to here, and then down and under. There we go. Corn for the crisps. Sugar and canola. We can bring canola off of here because we're not going to have another plant here. We could actually keep its storage here as well. Although canola isn't something that we want to store. Canola we want to continually be burning. We just want to get rid of it. It's the food oil that we want to store. But there's a perfectly reasonable enough route, so let's get rid of those. I'm assuming that this is, or that canola is going to be loose. I have no reason to think it'd be anything but loose. Okay, so that's canola. It's just sugar left, isn't it? Doing this before we have the research is problematic. So yeah, we've got fruit. We do need to take that line under as well, because we're going to need to... this thing is going to output it. Animal feed. I think I know how I'm going to do that, though. Just take canola, take them both out. Yeah, we need another one for biomass. So we'll need to connect the biomass up to the output of these. I need to move these back a little bit to be able to do that. I don't think it's going to be a problem though. Okay, so we just need to get biomass to there. Let's move this entire line back by one. Because that'll let us take this up to here. I don't think we're ever going to need two of these, even if we're making... See, that's 12, 4, 6. Yeah, we're never going to need two of these. Under any circumstances. Maybe. What's even diamond paste used for? Lenses. Sapphire wafer. Okay. High-level electronics is what it's used for. Okay, so we may at some point need two of these. Let's move them apart a little bit. If for no other reason than to allow me to get the pipe. Around the back of it. Okay. We do need to reroute that. That's going the wrong way. Oh, do I have this thing backwards? They're backwards. Pipe is in the middle. There we go. That keeps those two clear. This is our canola line. That being the case, I'll bring that all the way down to 0 and bring that under here. So we can bring it around the back and in. Okay, pipe is pointing the wrong way. So, canola in, food oil out. How high do I want these? Given that we need to use all 4 inputs on this, I think we actually bring this all the way up to height of 5. Which does mean undoing all of this. Having now reconsidered things. That's not going to work. There we go. It's the food oil. We still need ethanol so that we can convert it into diesel to get rid of it. Right. Oh. That's something we didn't think through. That's better. Okay. Our corn is here. We could wrap it round this way round, because that'll keep it out of the way of everything. Because this is going to be the messiest part, feeding the cake with all the things it needs. So I think, yeah, we can't. We haven't given ourselves enough room. We can fix that. The problem is actually just this bit here. Maybe. We need to go up to height of 1 there. A height of 1 there, then to a height of 2. That'll let you get all the way over here. Then we can bring it back down. Go 3 out. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's corn. Reconnect the waste output. There we go. So plastic. What kind of... I think plastic isn't... Is it loose? Are we actually storing plastic anywhere or just feeding it directly? We are out of it. Why are we out of it? We're out of sand. Why are we out of sand? Trains are still moving? Were you just sitting there for too long? Or is it that... we're out of sand because the sand is being brought in from further away. The diggers used to be over here, now they're over here. Flattening out this bit. We got most of what we needed. Let's give them a larger area to clean up a bit of. And hopefully this gives us the opportunity to protect this area. And that's what I'm looking for. Oh yeah, we need to remove the designation. Which particular bit of green stuff? It's just this is just uranium. There's just a lot of it low level here. The long-term goal is to strip out all of this area first, and then expand the size of this into here. This here is depleted uranium, which is just a byproduct. Spent uranium is in a little canister. But this is running at 100% efficiency, because if it wasn't, we would have problems. We spent the last hour of last episode trying to make sure it was running at 100% efficiency. I think that's yellow cake, isn't it? Yeah. Wrong kind of cake. We are not feeding that cake to our people. I don't suppose we can get this one over here? Kind of. Okay, let's get them to dig that bit out as well. So the point of this retaining wall is so that we can continue to fill out some of this gap here, because we are going to expand our housing two out this way. I want to start doing that. We've got this space down here first. So this is just to allow me to expand it out a little bit while we continue to mine out the sand that's underneath here. We'll get all of the sand, then we'll fill everything in. That will be the plan. So the retaining wall is just a temporary measure. Okay, that hasn't messed up the ramp. This ramp was bigger than it needed to be in the first place. So that's good. I'll let them finish doing that. No alerts currently. Okay. So salt has to go into there. It's the only place it can go in. Oh, other sugar goes into there. Salt goes into there. What we were trying to do is find out whether or not plastic was... I find this lack of sand disturbing. We run out of glass yet. That is what will cause us problems. No, not yet. Okay. Oh yeah, we was considering putting it into there. That's silica, isn't it? Yes, plastic is made from... It's a unit storage. Plastic is made from oil. I am getting them confused. Silica is not plastic. So yeah, that's unit storage. It goes in there. These being salt then. Sugar. It really does need to go all the way around that. That's fine. We have the space behind here to do it this way. Where is the salt? Here. Comes down here, through here, and out there. Okay, we could reasonably do it this way. We don't need the salt for cake. And I think we just got... Yes. Sausages. Hello? There. We bring it... Don't go over. What you doing? Oh. There we go. You're under. No, you bastard! That delay is really annoying. There seems to be a very small latency between clicking and the game actually figuring out what you're trying to do when you've clicked. Okay, we can't do it that way cleanly. I was wondering if I could bring it around this way. So long as we can keep it out of the way of these, then it's not that big of a deal. We may need to move this section back again. Depending on if we need this gap here. Yeah, no, we're going to need to move that. Or route it round the other way. Yeah, routing it round the other way makes sense. Okay. Sausages. Okay, well, it's not complaining about any of the inputs. Let's just do this. And we know that that bit's going to need to be like that, so that's fine. We need to route the sausages through to one of these. Mix up sausages. We are out of meat. Why are we out of meat? Oh dear. They can't get to that anymore. Is that a problem? I choose to believe it is not a problem. And I also then choose to believe that we can start digging this out. Because we now have no more allocation for areas to dig at the moment. Dig down. How far down could we go? Well, 5 below 3. So we could actually go down to -2. In theory. Although before we do that, we should probably protect the route the vehicles take. So let's make sure this bit is flat. And then they can dig down here. Hey, the gap there is big enough. We need one of these, don't we? Okay, now I'll let you also start making your way down. But yeah, we still need more trucks on this. Let's give them additional digger as well. Just because of how far they need to go to get the sand now. In fact, I think it's mostly just that we need more diggers here. At least short term. Not that we need more trucks. Okay, we need to route the sausages in. And in fact, they can't actually get to most of this, it's too dense. Let's give this a bit of oomph to catch up with our current lack of meat. Wait, those are the wrong buildings. That's tofu production. That's meat production. Okay, they're not going to be able to deliver to there. I am happy with these. As you know, we'll wait until we actually have the things we need for that. Likewise for the corn. Okay. Ah, there's 8 slots in the middle, that's fine. We got plenty of room then. So... the salt is there and it needs to go around to the opposite side. It's going past all this lot. So let's bring it down immediately then. I'll leave that gap there for other things to go through. I'll bring this down to here. Bring it through here. To here and around. Okay, that'll do it for crisps. We'll commit to that. I'm happy with all of the inputs to all of this. It's going to be a while until we actually need this, but there's no reason not to start stockpiling that now. Pipe work might get moved. Are we going to need to shift them again? You know what? Yes. Yes, we will. If only so that we can get that clean out of there. yeah, that doesn't have an output there. So that goes around to there. That reconnects to there, and then we just need to put the pipe in. Connect that to there. Right, that is everything we need for crisps. I'm happy with this lot now as well. Which means I'm also happy with that lot and the pipe work. Not really anywhere else we can put that, so we may as well get those built. No harm in bringing those resources over as well. Out of designations. Did you already? You did. That's fine. We need to keep on top of this. We are out of concrete because of the lack of sand. And once we're down at 2, let's flatten things out to here. And then come all the way along here. Although we do need to be careful, we don't want to flood this area. Let's nibble away at all of this. So we can put some sea defenses up. This is all dig allocation, so that's fine. They're not going to end up fighting each other. Currently they'll have to go around there, so let's come up to here. There we go. That gives them plenty to be working with. Coal needs more allocation. Coal there, and there's coal here. That shouldn't cause a landslide. Got all of the coal that we can out of there, so let's clean off some of this flooring. Okay. Were we out of coal? Nope, we're still fine on coal. Good. How's copper going? Copper is the one we need to keep the biggest eye on, because we are going to run out of place for it. Can we get a little bit closer? I think we can get a little bit closer without accidentally getting some gold. Are you guys almost done? Well, the tree cutters are almost done. We're going to need to tell them to go somewhere else soon. Dong. What are you struggling to get to? Oh, I see. Probably can't reach the pipe either. Okay. So the only thing missing from that is the corn and the oil. The only reason we don't have corn here at the minute is because we're waiting for a farm to actually have some free. We are losing. God, they really like their vegetables. They like their vegetables way too much. I don't think we can keep up with that meat demand. Sausages, 8. Six. And they were more than 6. Nice easy math. 6.4. 2 chickens equals 1. 1 meat. We need more chickens. More animal feed, more water consumption. That'll get us probably 60%. It's probably 70%, 80%, 90%. Yeah, 7 chickens and thereby 7 meat. Okay, I've been meaning to give myself a couple of extra of these just in case we end up needing them at some point. Wait, why did I upgrade these to a tier 3? The tier 2s carry 200. Why did I think it was 120, just double? I'm going to blame Factorio for that one. And Satisfactory for that matter. Their belts increase at a doubling. Okay, fermentation is ready. And we have access to sugarcane and sugar, so that gets us our ethanol. And we do need to make that. Don't need it yet, but we can get it planned. We need oxygen production down here. Is sugarcane the best way to make ethanol? Yeah, I think it is. And we're only using it in one other thing. The sugar. So I think we make ethanol off the sugar. We're going to need that for disinfectant. And for later antibodies. Okay, one assumes chemical plant, fermentation tank. Oil. If it's not in here, is it underwater? What's it count as then? Air separator. Definitely not going to electrolyze it. We have the power to do that, but I don't think we will. Okay. We might need more space. Stop dumping there for the time being. And start expanding this again. That is the wrong mode. And just so that they don't throw dirt over the edge, let's make sure this is in the right area. Throw stone over the edge first, and then we'll top it off with dirt later. In fact, it doesn't really matter, it's just I don't want, I think we'll just, yeah. Wrong one. At this point, I know I'm not going to put farms down here. We have the space up there for farms if we need it. So really all I want is this area. More flat, more please. And you're allowed to dump everything that you would usually dump anywhere else. I have accidentally got rid of the fermentation tank. Let's do this over here for now. Okay, recipe, sugar. That's the easy bit. We don't know what we're doing with the output just yet. We need to be making enough of this to supply the hospital and also the biodiesel. But we don't mind if it's overflowing. It's the canola when we get to it that we can't have overflowing. Okay. Problems. And it's probably a problem that we're just not producing enough food. I want to clear all of these so you don't start planting anything yet. When I figure out what needs to go in there. Okay. We're definitely going to need more corn. We're probably going to need more sugar cane. That's going to require a greenhouse. We have the materials. Let's quick deliver it. Get them up and running quick as we can. We might end up needing more wheat. We always need more vegetables. In fact, we're almost out again. And then sugar. Once the greenhouse is finished. We're out of potatoes as well? That doesn't make sense. There's no way we weren't making enough potatoes. I suppose we have increased our population by about 600 since I really should have paused that. We increased our population by a lot. Without the need to dispose of it. We'll bring research down for now. Let's see. We weren't... Yeah, water was okay. Turn all of these on while we figure out where the balance lies. That should give us time to let things recover. These are all tier 2 storages, right? They're not. How were these never upgraded? I already have an answer to that. They were never upgraded because we copy-pasted them all. They were copy-pastes from each other, which is why they're problematic. Cake. Copy that for there, that's going to be snacks. We may as well run the belts. Even if we don't build the belts, we can run the belts. And we can do the same for the snacks. Okay. What is our current vegetable consumption? 14. 6 from there. 7 from there. No vegetables in there. Okay, yeah, we are slightly beneath what we need for vegetables. But that's with reductions and booster farming. Cost the same as that. Plenty of eggs, but we're losing chickens. And we can't turn this into feed. Right, we still need to route the sugar over. And the sugar wants to go in this side, so let's route it from the far end of this. We can do that, but we're going to have to bring it over to here. And if we're going to do that, we may as well just bring it this way round. I think they can get to build that. Then everything else is over here somewhere. Oh yeah, I need a priority go in both directions. We're out of food as well. We're out of everything. Now, people aren't going to starve, but they're definitely going to be like, where'd our selection go? We used to have so much food to choose from. Okay. This is where the real problem's going to begin. How do we get them all underneath the bridge? We only have, to be fair, we only have 3 things to bring still. It would still block that off. Nah, that's not worth it. I'll bring it along to here and down. No, we're still not going to get that underneath there. We don't have enough space. And we don't have enough room to have both of these next to each other. I don't think it's a problem. Okay, that's the flour. We already have the sugar. So we just need to get both of these two over there. Yeah, we're not optimally using the space under the bridge, but this will work. That's 1 higher than I wanted it. Can you make that? Nope, you do need to be over to here to make that. Which means this needs to be there. Flip you, move you over to here. It's a mess, but we can get it over here. There we go. Everything they need for cake. Let's have a look. Vegetables is all the way gone. But we've not had a full cycle with all of these yet. So I'll have to see how this goes. There's biodiesel. We still need canola though. At least it'll let us check that this is connected up the way it should be. Yeah, it's not telling us that we don't have an output ready. Okay. Let's get this mess built. They're not going to have any meat for a while. They should be transported and then basically immediately slaughtered. Yes. I was not paying attention to how many, or the level of population we had. And all of the animal feed is looping back around. Yeah, the fact that this isn't getting anything anymore is good indication that we are not producing enough food. Fertilizer might not be keeping up. Ah, right, that's why fertilizer is not keeping up. We could enable the, or upgrade the office we have to an office 2, which would give us a bunch more office points to use in places. I don't think the truck can get to any of this. Yeah, can't get to those, that's for sure. Okay. Good. I need to take my keyboard apart and clean it out. It keeps double clicking. Thankfully the tofu and the eggs should keep or keep up the slack and the fruit, so it's not like we're going to lose the health bonus we're getting from this of having them supplied. Okay, what are you trying to do? Can't reach those. Fair enough. Okay, we have some spare unity. It's already all the way up. That will hopefully smooth us over until we can get the balance correct and proper. Okay. You need more trucks. In fact, no you don't. You're fine. This going again, that's going again. That's full again. Okay, if we don't think about what we're going to do about copper now, then by the end of the episode we're going to be out of copper. So, we know where we're getting it from. The mine is going to be here. I'm fairly sure I'm happy with this section here, which is going to be... have I... Oh, they're not allocated, that's why. Right, you are copper ore. You're iron ore. You're coal. This is rock. That is rock. This is dirt. That is dirt. Keep this mostly empty. Keep that mostly empty. I know, keep 1,000 in them. Trucks do not service this. Trucks do not deliver to here or here. Hopefully a truck can reach there. It doesn't need to export from there. Yep, that's fine. This will export to here, there, and there. That will get torn down. Let us copy this to put it over here. Should then allocate similar things. Yep. Copy that to put it over here by the coal. Where's the train line route? Straight away across there. Where's the route down there? I'm not going to be able to get most of this coal. Okay, tree harvesters are done. Where are they? This is a good question. What? What tree is you trying to cut? Ah, that is the only tree left, I think. Any other trees? I tell you to move. Has no trees to harvest. That's what I wanted to see. Okay, that area is clear. We don't need to do anything with those. Don't need to cut down any extra trees here. I assume they haven't accidentally picked up any gold, otherwise they would have complained that there's nowhere to put it. I did not realise that this land here wasn't flat. We're going to need a rail line to go over that in the future. It needs to be flat. Okay, tree harvesters. This will do for now. Get rid of all of that. It's all going to get dug out anyway. Deforest the entire area. Should be able to reach all of those. Might as well grab the ones on this side. You can get up to these, probably. We took down that there. Can I extend the one over here to it? I think that's going to be out of range. Yep. Ain't no way we're reaching that. We have plenty of uranium. Let's do that and then this so that it thinks it's in range. At the very least we can get rid of that bit of dirt there and then it will tell us that it's out of dirt. Speaking of, have I configured you to warn me when you're getting empty? No, I would like to know. Wrong way round. There we go. Water's fine, water's fine. Truck has no compatible excavators. Oh. You don't need to yet. Future plans. Okay, we have the rail line to there built. Stations. Canola's a little while off. So we still need to figure out, do we actually move processing down here? Do we move the actual processing down here? How long can we keep this going without needing to move everything? How big a train can we get around that loop? So it's a roundabout with a flyover. Not that I think we're ever going to need that flyover. Actually, no, we may grab this as the next set of limestone. There is some iron down here as well. Sand available. We have accidentally trapped the truck. So there's basically two ways I can do this. I can move over actual ore processing over to here. I could do it and I could do that bit by bit rather than all at once. So we can run the copper, process it here, and then take the copper plate or finished and processed copper plates and send them back. We have access to water, so we don't need to extend the pipe this way. But then we did already pipe this up. So we're getting water from both of these fields being piped over to here. Or we can take the ore and bring it over to here. Given the ore crushes 1-to-1, there's no reason not to crush it and send the crushed ore rather than just the basic ore. So we can keep the processing over here. But then we need to figure out how the hell we're going to get the copper onto a station here. For the short term, because I do still kind of want to replace all of this. Now that we have new stuff and I've thought about and all that lot, I do kind of just want to rip out most of this. But I need the space first, and we would need to dig up all of this. And I wouldn't, or I don't necessarily want to have... The main thing I don't want anymore is I don't want double-headed trains. They'd be more headed than, or cause more problems than I'd like. So I'd prefer to be able to get rid of them. But that requires that we are able to turn the trains around here somehow. I could send them up here and put them in a loop-the-loop. So if we do have the copper drop off here, we can bring it up here and then loop it back around and send it back down. And then add in the connections here, which is going to be problematic with these belts in the way. I'd have to remove all the belts, lay down the track, put the belts back down. This is going to get very complicated very quickly. We are just waiting on canola at the minute to be able to finish off this bit. Okay, with that bit there, that gives us enough room to get that there. Okay, good. We'll leave it out of the way for the time being. Alright, yeah, no, that's fine. I was just worried for the eggs for a moment, but no, I think the eggs are okay. Yeah, we produce twice as many eggs as we need. Okay, thank goodness we've about caught up with animal feed. How's everything else looking? Vegetables are recovering. Let's move this over to here. Meat should be recovering, because we have stopped our population from growing again, although we could allow it to get to its maximum at this point. Potatoes are growing again. I think this is more due to the increases we put on the farm rather than anything else. But that's fine, so long as we can re-establish the buffers. Sausages may be the bigger problem. Six 2 meat, 5/8 sausages. One to one. Yeah, we're gonna need to convert some chickens to meat trimmings. To keep up with sausage production. That done in a food processor. I have to bring it this way round. So we would need to break this. Can we get that under there? We're not going to get that under there. Break this line, put a splitter in place. Getting under there is not a problem. What are you trying to build that you can't build? Yeah, they can deliver directly to those. Oops. Let's make sure all of these are configured thusly. That has no products assigned to it. We may as well destroy it, because we're never going to need it. And that being the case, we can move some of these storage containers. They can probably reach this, but let's speed things up. Build that here, quick build it. Break this here. Remove them. Connect that to there. Quick build that. truck isn't going to be able to get here to load that into there, so... just for the sake of speeding this up. Meat at least, or at least, isn't going to be a problem with this regard. Fruit, we'll want to go there. We can't place it yet. We're still waiting on fruit to finish backing up. Ah, yes. We need to tell fruit that it is also a priority to send it out that way. Is there anything else that I need to make sure will feed this? That gets brought from here. We'll use that for canola. There's got to be a shortcut key that I can use, unlike fertilizer, to bring up this. This doesn't seem right. Why would we have run entirely out of fertilizer? Chicken farm, or chickens are starving again. I think we thought we may do a while ago, but we never got around to it. We need to put a buffer down here for the chickens. Water pipes in the way. Best quick build it, otherwise they're going to starve again. How much do they actually need currently? They need 20. If I turn these on, then vehicles are going to complain, but it does increase the amount of internal storage these have. Can I suppress that? I suppose what they're trying to do is, it's not that they're trying to pull it from here, they're thinking, oh, I can grab that from somewhere else, even though they shouldn't actually have a place that they can grab that from. The farms. They think they can grab it from the farms. can't go up from there. Nope. You leave that alone. Now, where are you thinking that you can bring in either corn or wheat from? And we only have 2 storages for corn and wheat. They can't export from the food market. We've told them they can't export from any of the farms. And last I checked, we don't have corn and wheat in here. Yeah. There shouldn't be any jobs to come to here. Oops. Wee bit confused. I could upgrade these belts. It shouldn't need it. Oh, good, you've done. Excellent, you've flattened out the area. I need you to come back over to here and continue to mine uranium so that our power supply doesn't suddenly die on us. Although I think we're currently well supplied. It's almost full. Yeah, I have no idea why vehicles are trying to service this. I know I've told that vehicles can deliver to this. Fair enough. But where the hell is it getting the products from? The only places that will store them are told not to allow export. It would be a nice debugging tool if I could see like all of the available jobs, so I could click them and then it would tell me it's trying to export from here to deliver to here. There we go, it's gone. Okay. Meat and sausages has suffered as a result. Do I want to pull the overflow off? Yeah, I want to pull the overflow off. Let's modify this. I think that's one higher than it needed to be. Oh no, that was right. It's right. Bring it along to here, and around to here, and into there. And then over here we break that. Put that in there, we give that priority. There we go. It'll make meat first, and then when we have too many chickens, it will send the spare over here, and it will only use the viscera on this belt coming out of here, or the trimmings as it's called. So that should fix sausage problems. Well, we may need more chickens still. We'll see. But we now also have access to canola. These guys are done here. Okay. I'm going to pause. I'm going to take my break because we are at our break time and I need to go to the toilet. So I'll get myself something to eat, something to drink. We'll be back in about 15 to 20 minutes. And we are very, very close to being able to let them eat cake. And hopefully the food will sort itself out from there. So I will see you in a bit. Okay, I'm back. I may have accidentally pushed the wrong button while I was doing some things. I enabled the noise suppression filter because I needed to turn the fan on. The sun is coming around the corner. It's a bit warm in here. I needed it to blow the air through. But after I did that, I was going to unmute myself and I pushed stop streaming for reasons I cannot explain. Anyway, we're back. I have decided what I'm going to do with the copper. If it gets to the point, we're going to, for the time being, we'll set up a temporary train station to ship crushed copper powder to and from the new mine. Because there's a few bits of technology we're missing before we make a final decision as to if we want to rip everything apart, namely these. We need these first. Once we have those, we can go from there. But until then, we don't need to worry about it. We can just remove that. And that, and this, and this. Okay, that goes here. This is meat. Build you. Meat would be this one. Build that. Plop you there. Okay. Set the direction of that. Connect that there. Make things a little bit more condensed. Right, we got our canola as well. Which reminded me that while this is all very well and good, we should have storage for this stuff, because we are going to need it for other things. So we'll put the storage here. Do it this way around. Connect that into there. Disconnect that. Connect that into there. Unpause that. Unpause that. You make me canola. That uses a lot of fertilizer. Or it will use a lot of fertilizer. What's our biomass production speed? Do I need to enable the other thing? We do. We are producing more than we're using. We need to turn this one on. Is this one upgraded? It's not. We can just unpause it. And let's remove that. Making sufficient quantities of biomass to run them both. And I assume this is, yeah, still prioritizing that one, which is fine. No designations. Which one? Right, yes. I worry if I dig any further into there, we're going to get into the gold. I haven't got this bit yet, though. We need to change the area. There we go. Gives them something to do for a while. Where are you trying to reach? What are you trying to build that you can't reach? Why? Nothing is allowed to import or export from here. Are these just... Find a different task. Okay, that one I understand. You... no. Seriously? You can't get close enough to build that? I've seen you build from further away than that. Fine. Why not store all the wheat after harvest? We have a bottleneck. Why do we have a bottleneck? That one under there is a blue one, isn't it? Yeah. That should hopefully help. You've stopped dead again. Why have you stopped dead? Oh, right, because you're fighting with this one, effectively, aren't you? Okay, you should be empty now. Okay, no, that's fine. Didn't realize that hadn't been allocated, although we would need to bring a digger over to start chipping some of that away, but they can get around it. We don't need that route for a long time. Okay. And that's the wind sucking all of the curtain out from underneath from being pinned. I pinned it by the fan. Stop the wind from sucking it outside. So it's pulled it out from under the fan, which is reasonably heavy. Anyway. This is... I am blind. Cooking oil. And this should already have this. We just need to add the filter for it. Canola. How much canola do we get per harvest? I'm going to get 5 per 60 seconds, 60 per harvest. So make us 12. And we need 2. So a third of that, 4. We are making enough. We need to increase the amount of canola we're making. And thinking about it, no, we want to be, it's the input. Can we get that there? We can get it here. We want that to fill, but we want to have an overflow. I want the output that way. And the overflow is to make biodiesel. Which is chemical reactor, chemical plant. Why does it do that? Sometimes when I'm in this menu, I bet I know what it is. It's something on the lines of control escape is opening up the start menu. And because the way auto hotkey is tracking my mouse and moving between scenes is to send... I still don't get why other things are intercepting that command. It's or the It's sending a hotkey to OBS to change the scene, but it's holding down control to do that. And I think that's why if I'm going between here and I press escape, sometimes it opens up my start menu. I'm guessing control escape must be the start menu. It is. That's what it is. Okay. That is very weird. Chemical plant. Diesel. Diesel storage. Always keep it empty. Allow importing of diesel. Allow export only of diesel. That's all set up. Cut, rotate. And this needs a sugar input, doesn't it? There. This is only dealing with the overflow, so we should never have too much of it. Okay. Seriously, they can't be... They must have changed... The devs must have changed something. Because these things used to be able to build way over the top of other buildings. But I'm willing to bet all of these are trying to build that singular piece of pipe section. And they're telling it that it can't get close enough. Oh, they're not. That's my bad then. You should have been set to that. I don't know why you weren't. That's not the thing they were after. I thought I had got all of these. Okay. That's more like it. Right. We still didn't have any meat, though. We are producing meat. Ah. Always the little things. Always, without fail, the little things. Well, at the very least, this is going to get a lot of meat very quickly, so let's give them a hand to get rid of it. Refill our buffer up. Okay, you've cycled around, so that means there's canola on here somewhere. Oh, there should be at least. Unless canola is flat stuff. I hope canola isn't flat stuff. Yeah, it should have done a full cycle if it was on this one, given the last time we checked it. There it is. I think a lot of this is being caused by the fact, is being caused by the fact that we increased farm production by 34%, 35%. Yeah, I did accidentally click that. I do not want that upgraded. I want this to jam when it's full. It doesn't need the throughput. So long as these don't need the input. Okay. Well, you've been buffering a lot of food. That's a lot of sugarcane. Oh, it makes a lot for a single run. I don't think we only allocated one of them, but we don't know whether or not that's going to be enough. So the sugarcane is actually the reason why all of this is a problem. We better make sure that the sugarcane can get through. Nice and quickly. Although this only needs 15. I'm starting to get concerned that we might be... Okay, no, we're alright at the minute. If everything's running full blast, we're going to have a maintenance problem. We can always overclock it. Speaking of, do we have anything... We have 4 boosts currently active. Right, yes, the food mixer. Crusher. Concrete mixer. I don't think we need those anymore. Yeah. Reclaim those. Okay, so yeah, this is just handling the overflow. We shouldn't get to a point where we need more than one of these. We very well may need 2 of these at some point. Carbon dioxide we could just vent, or we should just vent, probably. How much is it going to make carbon dioxide? 16. $16 sugar though. We're going to need another food processor. I'm going to need to move this. Yeah, we're going to need another food processor for this. Can I get you... I put that there, and we can feed into it, and we should hopefully be able to then loop around to go back into the top of the next one and move it. Why don't you want to connect into that? Oh, flat belt. Wrong one. Wrong kind of belt, that's why. Put that into there. Pause that. In fact, no, let's just we can unpause that, we can just tell that's the primary output for the time being. Flip the direction. Quick build these. May as well quick build that as well, it's not going to hurt. Transfer everything in here into here. That there. May as well build them, because we do need them, or we will need them. Come back to that in a bit. In fact, let me... give me a warning when you're empty. Okay. Gonna need another fluid tank. We don't need to make these so condensed. Let's give us ourselves a little bit of extra space. One of these is salt, one of these is sugar. I think the top one is sugar. Yes. That just needs fluid inputs, so... Wait, have we started making cake? We have started making cake! They are eating cake! And... that is done. We have succeeded in the title of the goal, we have succeeded in the title. This had a triple layer at one point, but now it's just trying to go off the bottom, and I don't know why. I may have to hide some of these. Peek. Add. There. Okay. What can we get rid of keeping a track of? I want to know all about this. I don't care so much about diesel, so long as we have oil. Let's get rid of diesel from the list. Acid is something we should want to keep track of. I don't think we need to keep track of ammonia. I distinctly remember seeing this having a triple layer. Did I change something so that it only had two levels? Where did I see it having 3 levels before? Because I have the extra screen real estate. Being able to use it just to have a basic, or keep basic track of resources is very, very helpful. But I'm damned if I can remember why it had 3 levels. Or how to get it back. Settings. Disable UI transparency. I swear I remember seeing this have three stacks. We are out of copper. Good job we were staring at that. They are mining copper. That implies that we've just been using a lot of it? Or maybe they were previously focusing on bits that didn't actually provide much in the way of actual copper. There wasn't much in there. I need all of you temporarily, or at least one of you, with your trucks to come up to here, because we're gonna adjust the ramp, and I need you on top of the ramp before you do that. Good. Not quite. Get up there. Don't dig yourself into a hole. Same goes for you trucks. Stop trying to crowd that one. At the bottom. Come up top. I know how this works. I know exactly what you're going to do. Get out the hole. There we go. 3 of them are outside the hole. They should figure the rest out themselves. That going up, that's going up. Send that down. Do it that way. Get the juicier bit of copper first. Okay, good. Right, that's right, the canola goes all the way around. So how are we doing for cakes? They haven't received any yet. There's reasons for that. I can see them quite clear as day. We may not have actually built the things allowing them to store and deliver the cake. This will cause a problem. Okay, and we move you to here. We get rid of you. And there's snack production. Corn. Okay, get that one built as well. Yeah, we have Unity. Build it immediately. That's the main thing I've been using Unity for, just to build everything. Just build it immediately, that's all. Don't need it for anything else. Mostly. And now just smokestack it. The overflow. Ah, God. I swear I didn't move the mouse. You know what? That's fine. That works. Okay, that's the emergency burn-off valve for when we, or if we end up with too much cooking oil. Greenhouse is on its way next, and then hospital. We're in no rush for this, so I'll let them build it. Food transport processor needs transport for output biomass. Ha! How'd we do that? I swear we had a belt there. You're assigned to cake, though. You need to be assigned to snacks. Okay, they're going to get an influx initially. Meat is catching up. I may actually just need to make the pasta belts. Ooh, we're not getting rid of it quick enough. I think we can probably reduce the amount of food we're making at this point. The sludge is backing up a little. Yeah, we never get better versions of these. I mean, it's clear that at the minute production is outstripping demand. So let's pull back our boost on the farm. Yeah, we'll pull it all the way back. We'll leave that one there. Let's let them eat cake. Let them eat snacks. And the actual thing that I am most interested in as a result of this is how this chart is going to change. So there's cakes, there's snacks. There's veggies. I don't know whether or not our production will keep up with the consumption, but we'll see. We are now basically out of cooking oil. Our next supply of canola is here. How can Alexa think her name is I can't find? Oh no, it would have to be I can't. And then she went, find, canola is here. That can't be what I said. What the hell did I say? Why did she think I said her name? Only making 3, 6, 7. That's fine if it's backing up a little bit. It produces quicker than we need it. We need 1/3. Slightly more than 1/3 of what this outputs. So we do need more than 5. We're going to need canola being made somewhere else. Veggies have come down to 11. That's more the result of no, that really did drop 3 off the required veggies. Let's also reduce the requirement for potatoes. 5 veggies from there, 6 veggies from there. Okay. We don't need one of these making veggies. Let's make this one make canola. That should get us enough canola. Okay. Copper's caught back up. Something, that was it. Okay, yeah, you are getting enough. At least I assume it is. Yeah, that looks fine. Yep, we're getting enough of that. Okay, that's all good. That's all good. Glass would be the main thing I should be keeping an eye on. Yeah, glass is fine as well. All production is okay. You do not need to be overclocked anymore. We've got through what chicken we had. How much meat do we need? We now only need 3 meat. Not 3.5 meat. That's a lot less meat. But it hasn't backed up. I suppose it's trying. It still needs to fill the actual storage for meat. Once that's full, then it will start sending some this way. Do I need to make more digesters? So long as this end of the belt is continually moving. We are now running with all of these 3 running at 2 times speed. Okay, that's all fine, that's all fine. Water consumption is potentially a little high, depends on... I am curious, I'm still curious about that. Whether or not the size of the area that considers the underground is considered the underground well is relative to how quickly it refills when it's raining. Or relevant to how quickly it refills when it's raining. Okay, this needs... No, it doesn't. I was going to say this needs more chucks. No, it's fine. Let's get a little bit of extra space behind here. Just in case for some reason we need the buildings there. And then once it's done with this bit, we'll tell them to start dumping dirt back along this line. These lines here. build something there and I've flattened that out. Yeah, okay, that's okay. So long as we expand it out by one more, they will be able to sneak around. Okay. We don't need to know about these two. Or actually this maintenance value here, it's not helpful. So let's get rid of those three. What do you know about mechanical parts, vehicle parts, or vehicle parts too? Okay, these guys are done again. I release you from your service. Go do whatever you wish elsewhere. Okay. While we wait for some things. Large crushers. We're not going to need the iron one for a while. Let's line this up with this. And then put 2 here for the iron ones. You will eventually be this. As you know, let's we'll use the inside lines. Just in case for some reason we end up wanting to connect these to something else. That way, no. I disagree. I think you should be able to get straight away over the top of that. I don't think your pillar placements require it to be that far apart. I am wrong. It is one too short to do it that way. Well, there's a simple solution to this. These don't need to be right next to each other. Okay. Shockingly, snacks and crisps are keeping up. Okay. These are mostly going to be served by trucks, so we need to make sure we don't block that off in any way, shape, or form. Let's put these up here. In fairness, everything is keeping up. Now, how long do I want these trains to be? I mean, we put this here, but it's kind of not the point. They're going to at least have 2 cars at the front. Probably 3. This is set up to allow it to load 2 of them or 2 carts at a time, but we're probably going to do 6. 3 and 6, 2 and 6. If we go 2 and 6. That's the maximum size that this particular train station can currently build. It'll take a little while to get up to speed though. I don't think I have something around here that can actually trim this bit out. We're out of copper again. I put a slope there, yeah. You know what? Forget it. That bit can survive. That's still allocated a slope. Why is that still a slope? Stop allocating the slope. Is it allocating the slope? No, I think it's just, no, it's just following the contours. I'm an idiot. I see the tiniest amount of copper still in here. The rest of it's all iron, though. And somehow grass has survived. Yeah, there's nothing else there. If you want to mine this bit, you get that little bit there. It's the last bit of copper. The last tiniest shred of copper. And then the rest of that will become property of the iron mine. No, that shouldn't destroy the ramp. Still got plenty of iron. Coal is a little bit of a problem. There's coal in that bit there, there's that bit there. A bit of coal all the way along here. There is coal. That's coal. That's fine. That won't collapse that. All good. How about you guys? Yep, that's looking good there. Okay, good. They're flattening that bit out. They've managed to make the way around. All good. All fine. Meat continues to steadily increase. Okay, did I turn off research boost? I did. We can get on something else. We'll save that extra one in case we need to put it back on food production. Now, I don't want to see you stuttering. You stuttering means that I've forgotten to upgrade a belt somewhere. It could have been the canola outputs, but there's nothing on the canola belt at the minute. This is potatoes. Maybe that's the problem. Oops. Wrong buttons. Try again. There we go. There we go. The overflow lines are already upgraded with the exception of this one. And that's the fruit for cakes. Okay. Managed to run out of sugar. You see, it picked it up from over there. Weird. That some specific things it just couldn't get. Oh, we never hooked up water to that one. And we never hooked up that. We are going to run out of sugar, which is going to cause us problems. That's not going to be a problem for a long time. Let's get the water hooked up. We would have wasted a harvest or two of sugar as a result. Are we out? We are out. We're no longer making cake. Thankfully, they still have plenty of cake in store to eat, but we are no longer making cake. We have successfully, though, made it so that the title is not a lie. This is always the most important thing. Try to figure out what I can actually get done in a day. And then make sure the title isn't a lie as a result. We are out of sulfur. This is something we thought could be a problem. I may have to deal with this sooner rather than later then. Where's the sulfur mine? Okay, ship is currently still out and about. I don't think sulfur is something that exists on the map, at least, yeah, it doesn't exist on our map. Can I buy in some sulfur for the short term? I can trade coal for sulfur. It's not a terrible trade. We are almost getting to the point where we're not going to need coal anymore. That's a quick trade. No, that's a trade sulfur for. That'll help for now. I don't really want to build another trade ship until I have this technology here, so I know exactly how big I need to make these things. Because I believe the larger they are, the more efficient they are. At least for this one, we can move the seawater pumps. But that will bring this one in conflict with that. They're going to be too close together, I believe. Let's clear these out. We have done all of that. In fact, let's check, make sure those buildings have been constructed. Yep, there's ethanol. Okay, getting sugar. That also wouldn't have helped. Okay. I do want this to have the ability to turn around. And I did allocate this so that we could theoretically get trains up and down here. Okay, yoink. Where did we build the... Okay, that's there. Okay. There's a shortcut for blueprints, it's at 4. We need to copy this bit, flip it, remove that bit, fix the directions. Connect that to there. That to there. That is one monstrously big thing. Trim it there. Actually, no, we can't trim it there. Actually, no, for here it doesn't matter. The point of this is to give these guys an ability to turn around and head back this way. Although if that's all they're doing, then this is overkill. Let's redo this. Yeah, one train line going that way. And then another train line, too far apart, going that way. What I want to do is connect this to that. You can make as tight a turn as you like, but I want it to go over the top. So that's what I wanted to do, but I want it to go up and over. I kind of wish that these rails here, you can get corner pieces that go up. I was messing around with this a while ago, because obviously this is what we wanted to do. And if we mess around a little bit, then it is possible, like that, to get an angled slope. That's going the wrong way, though. I was to... Okay, let's grab this bit. This is the bit we're interested in. Flip it. Rotate it. Okay. Now grab the entire section, flip it again, rotate it, put it down there. Then connect. Are they in line? They're not in line. Why are you not in line? There. Then take that way, connect that to that. That's what I wanted to build. Trying to get it to do that without doing it that way, because as I said, I was messing around with this after last stream. I just couldn't get the fucking thing to do it. No matter how I tried, I couldn't induce this except by doing something very specific that created it, when all I wanted was this. To give trains an ability to take or turn around and go back the other way. Okay, so we can drop this bit. Actually, let's blueprint this. This is an important section. This here is not a roundabout, it's a turnaround. Okay, and we'll put it there. Right. So the next thing that we'll need for this is we need it to have the ability, he checks to make sure resources are currently okay. They are. We need it to be able to have a longer long trains on them. Yeah, I can hold shift to make you forcibly go straight. The train's going to have to slow around to get around that corner there, so I don't mind that being sharper. Is that going to be enough space? I think we need to set this bit to an exclusive zone. This one here is going to have to take priority because it may still be unloading. Okay, we've got enough room there so that both trains can have 6 carriages long without blocking another train from exiting. In fact, I reckon we can get an 8 carriage long in there without too much trouble, so I don't think we need this. We definitely want to allocate it in a non-stop zone. You need basically as much space in the front as the back, both of these. I think this length is fine. Yep, that'll allow us to upgrade this to 8 carriages long without too much trouble. Well, there's no reason we couldn't make them or give it even more space. Which part of this is not connecting properly? Actually, no, I bet it's connecting, it just... Oh no. There we go, it's just missing a connection. Let's grab that section. And we'll move it back a bit more because there's no reason not to. So if you want a truly giant, well, these aren't the big areas. So yeah, unless we end up building the actual ore processing here, and then maybe we will want really long trains coming in. Hey, that's the next level of greenhouses. Just need to wait for hospitals now. But while that gives me plenty of room on this side, we need more, or need more on this side. Which we can do. That's doable. If we remove this section. Actually, give me back that blueprint for a second. That's the only bit we need in this blueprint. Can I update the blueprint? No, but we can delete it. New. Turnabout. Okay, yeah, it needs to be high enough to get over the top of that. There we go. Let's put it there. Which means we can take this and move it to here. There we go. We should start building the part of this that we're going to need to replace the copper section. Do I have any reason to allow them directly over to here, other than to stop them from having to go around at the moment? I don't think so. I was just wondering whether I should build some more of these somewhere over here, but no, I think we're fine. Potentially overkill for the amount of expansion possibility here, but we'll see. Maybe we will eventually use it all. Okay, we actually only need the bottom line. Okay, I'll give them plenty to work on, because I don't think we have anywhere near enough track for all of that at the moment. I mean, how much? $244 rail parts just for this. Okay, copper's fine. Excuse me, hiccups. Okay, you flattened out the bit I needed you to flatten out, so I need you to now start dumping some excess over the top of there. Don't worry, we put a retaining wall down there. It should hold most of this in place and not bury the sand that we're digging out from underneath it. And then also, how far out do we need to go on this? 3 more. Not too worried about this in the minute. This is a future large mining project. Possibly, if we ever get to that point. Are you full? Not yet. I'm waiting for this to fill because I want to know how much this container turns into a pile here. 12% full in there. Definitely going to need another one of those before all is said and done. How's everything else? Still out of fertilizer, which we reckon is a problem with sulfur. Yeah, we're out of sulfur. We don't need we're not going to need a particularly big sulfur train, but we will need a sulfur train. Cargo delivered to the sulfur mine. Should be turned off by default, and it's under construction. What kind of production output did we get from here? 108 per cycle per 60 seconds. What is our current production consumption of sulfur? That is going to last us for a long time. Didn't actually want people working there yet. Because we don't have a ship to pick it up. But yeah, 50% will give us the extra we need. Need to make a decision as to whether or not acid is just sulfur and water, right? Yes. I'm just thinking because we're going to need a decent amount of acid over here. That's enough to run this at level 2. And eventually we may have 3 of these. Am I right about that? Yeah. We know one of these produces enough to run 2 of these. Three of those is required to fully power this. So 6, 3 of them. Yeah, we need 3 of these to fully power 2 of those. Is that right? Something like. Well, we have the option to double the output of this, but I'm not confident in our acid supply at the moment, or sulfur keeping up with our acid demands. Okay, you have flattened everything I could possibly ask you to flatten here within reason that would be reasonable to flatten. So for now, go find other things to do. This stays here. Let's build this retaining wall, disassemble these. Actually pause it for a second. I might move that retaining wall. Move it forward one and then go down this way. What's the best way of doing that kind of thing, though? The most efficient way to go downwards. I mean, really, this mine would be better off down here, but everything else is going to be up here. We flattened out all of this space. It would be a terrible shame if we don't end up using it eventually. Could I... It's too late, we've already started to build it. I'm just wondering, it's like, if in future we build the actual metals here, we're getting distracted from the thing that I actually need to solve. We have left ourselves space here to get it to get this stuff out. But not enough. Let's... Still gives us access to these. And gives us space to now get both of these out. So yeah, this can then end up just being replaced in here. These will end up being pulled out this way. This will be this way round. Yeah, this way round on there. And then we can just bring in the actual plates in this direction. And for this lot, then we got more space over there to work with anyway. Okay, so we do have the room. Working on the assumption we don't decide to just tear these down and then build a line here and build the processor out this way, but not important. Okay. Do I want to move these forward a little bit? No, no I do not. They're fine where they are. That bit there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's actually going to take us a while to get the resources down there. Shall we bring this beast online? Maybe not that bit. We'll bring that lot online. They might not be able to get to the belts in the middle, depending on the order in which they try to build that. Okay. We have plenty of construction tasks to be getting on with. How expensive is it to upgrade one of these? We don't need to, I'm just curious. Not that expensive. What is the difference in terms of things like maintenance? That's still basic maintenance. Fixed basic maintenance, 4.5, 16 workers, 4 extra workers. For an extra 25%. As a 50% increase of crop yield compared to basic farm, crops also require 25% extra water and fertility. Hey, hospitals! Let's bring the speed back down again. Okay, this is not a simple set of things to set up. Or more accurately, there's just a bunch of little bits and pieces. Medical supplies. Okay, so a clinic is always a clinic. Question is, where do we set this up? Our ethanol is down here. We're going to need poppy seeds eventually. We already have plastic down here, but so we can route that around. I don't think we have steel. I think we're just going to have to belt this over the top. And we don't have to if we build another bridge. Because we're fairly sure we've got all of our food. This is all the food we're going to need. So we could build it here, assuming that we could fit everything in. I don't think we're producing more waste than we can consume. I think it's just that we're not burning it fast enough. Yeah. This can definitely deal with the waste. Let's forcibly upgrade that because they're busy with other things at the minute. So yeah, the problem is more just that they're busy constructing things and we need them to be busy. Ah, right, we can't make that one any bigger. Colliding with that water pipe. Okay. So yeah, we need to set this as a higher priority. Can't allow this to back up, and similar with this. I mean, what is our production speed for pressed waste? Maybe we can just assign a truck to both of these. 24. Yeah, let's just do it that way. Set these to 5, but we will assign them a truck. Whoa, 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 whoa. No, 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 no. Don't be dumping your sand. That's a valuable commodity. Knock that off. They didn't dump much sand, thankfully. Although maybe they didn't, it's just buried underneath all of that. Okay, no, yeah. The rock isn't going to overtop it. The sand would overtop it. So we are going to be able to get enough space to be able to have a route around the back of this. When we get to the point of actually needing these workers. Speaking of needing these workers, we may as well max out our pot. We have some spare. We may as well upgrade that. It's a lot more expensive, a lot quicker. Which one? It might be okay. It might not. We'll find out. This bit was fine. But then dumping the sand here could cause us problems. It depends on how much the sand mixes, or how it averages out the slope value. We can clearly see from here that it is fine. But if there's sand in here, then it may not be as fine as it would otherwise appear to be. The sandy bit's going to be the bit that'll be the test. Because if it breaks this wall, it'll break the one that's underneath it as well. But in reality, once we've actually got all of the sand out of this section here, we can just destroy the wall. It's only there to allow us to get the sand. So if this does collapse, it's not the end of the world. But I imagine if a part's going to collapse, it'll be this bit here. Hospital. Distractions. Clinic. What if? What if? What else if? So this needs medical supplies. 15. 112. We could totally get this in here. That is an upgrade to the previous tier. So why allow us to input them individually? We have ethanol and plastic over here. Do we have steel? No, we have steel container. I'm thinking of the nuclear reactors where we built a steel container. Let's see if things keep up now. That'll give us an extra point to spend. So we could put this here, but well, no, the next expansion isn't too bad. It's just the fact it needs... We would need to double the input of medical supplies. Now we'll build this down here so that we have the option to expand it later. Yeah, that'll work. Three from there, three from there. They have flattened that bit out. By the time we need this, we should have this, which will help. Okay, the wall has collapsed and now they're fighting. Don't worry about that bit. We've done that bit. Also, don't worry about flattening that bit. Keep digging your sand. Let's change what they're dumping. There may be a bit too much dirt in this. And then we need to build a retaining wall around here to stop it, or stop the sea from encroaching. I'd rather not turn this into a pond. Okay, now they've been allocated to just stone, it should be alright. In fact, if we edit the area, I still don't mind them dropping dirt off this bit. Make that bit stone. This does need a fair amount of steel to make the medical equipment. Okay, that puts it in line with that. But we're not going to get a better fermentation tank. That needs 12. Okay, that's actually not too bad. We need it for lenses later. Yeah, we shouldn't need more than 2 of these for a long while at least. And if we do, we've given ourselves some space up here. We can get 3 more buildings, that's fine. Wrong type. And we need to bring plastic over. We'll just fork that off from here, bring it over this way. No need to get another pipe. There, connect that over to here. More retaining walls wanting to fail. Seems potentially a little random. Let's stop them before they might accidentally break one of these. They can keep doing this bit though. That should be fine. Coal is okay. Oh, they've almost run through all the copper bits. Construction over here is still proceeding apace. Let's turn this off because there's no one here to use it at the moment. Actually, no. You shall now dig this area. And you may as well allocate them. Shall dig this area. And you shall dig. What pitiful amount of coal deposit is actually here. A lot of rock, not a lot of coal. That small amount of coal is a long way down. It may threaten the railway. We'll see. If we ever try to get all of it. For now, though, we will just protect this area. Again, it would be easier to get this from the other side, but... we don't need to go quite that far. We won't tell that to build in a minute. This lot over here is at least relatively good. This bit's fairly high up. We'll want to be digging straight down, but we can flatten out the mountain first when it comes to it. Why can I not? No concrete. This may be a problem. We can fix this problem easily enough. There we go, problem solved. Not sure if it'll still allow us to try to build these if the terrain isn't flat anymore. Damn it. I told them to stop and it wasn't quick enough. One more truck dropped their load. Still, it hasn't caused any long-term problems. Back from the distractions. Plastic, I think, is the last thing we need to get. And then let's bring the plastic over. How much do we actually need? 3, 6, decent amount. Actually, why did I bring that back one? It actually wanted to go that way one. Which is not something I can do. We will just have to wiggle it. Out this way, then down, then in. And we take this through here. Actually, the plastic storage is in the way, so that wouldn't work. We could route it over to here, but there's a few things over here that are height 5, I think. Yeah, that's height 5, so we'd have to do some pretty nasty weaving versus just putting down another small bridge. That is not a small bridge. Try again. Versus putting down another small bridge. In the event that we do in fact need one of each. I mean, we have the space here. We could bring 2 through there, 1 through the other side. Yeah, let's move this here. No need to make another bridge. Take that that way. That way. To be fair, they're fairly busy, our trucks, and we have plenty of Unity. Good. What is our consumption and production of plastic at the minute? Do we need to activate the other plant? We might be alright. Although that's a steady downward trend, maybe that's more an issue with the fact that the plant may not actually be running. NAFTA. How the hell can we be out of NAFTA? We can't be out of NAFTA. It's a literal impossibility. This thing has been being served by trucks. I really should disable that. Where's the button? Disable logistics for newly provisioned buildings. Buildings and machines. It helps to, or will help to notice when things are not set up the way they're supposed to be. For example, make sure all of these are in fact turned off. They are. That one is not. Okay. That's all ready. We're just waiting for resources. Now, we're very close to flooding it there. Okay. They're slowly running out of copper. They are nibbling away at this. I think they got the last remaining copper out of it though. This certainly doesn't suggest that there's anything in there. Yeah, that's grass. I am happy to say they have stripped all the remaining copper out of this mountain. Good job. Grab that little bit over there. And while some of you are doing that, some of you work on this. While we're working on the other end, where the copper is going to be mined from, we haven't quite figured out yet the throughput of this thing. It's a beast. 10 times the throughput. We haven't quite figured out how we're going to deliver it on the other side. Are we out of steel? No, it's just that the production for actual rails is a bit on the slow side. Yeah, we can't build any of these yet because we want these to be able to build the hospital. Let's pause for a second so that I can... How can we have no wood? Just so I can... There we go. That'll do. Guarantee we can get those built. Okay, population's at its limits. Let's give a minor boost to crop yield. That leaves us with 200. Could reduce food consumption some more. Hitting our maintenance cap is definitely a concern. 60. Interesting. This is a lot more expensive, or scales a lot faster than these ones do. Oh, we actually have goldsmithing ready. We're not got the time to actually be doing luxury goods today, though. Let's get the last of these technologies. Edicts. Does this include maintenance reducer? It does. I mean, thinking about what I want to be doing next stream. Because we can let things build and expand in my free time. And I don't know if I'm going to be streaming this on Saturday. I might be streaming something else, although I haven't decided what yet. The next game that's on my list to be released is released next week, not this week. But I do kind of feel like taking a break for streaming this. Yeah, let's queue up that. That, and that. Can we claim most of this water back? I don't think we get steam back from the metal cooling caster thingies, do we? Yeah, from the electrolyzer. Oh, right, we're using acid for that at the moment anyway. What's the other thing? Right, the cool caster. The steel. Yeah. So we will need a water pump down here to be able to get the water for all of that. Okay, we have a couple of minutes left. Let's speed things up so at least we can get a clinic up and running. Okay, we'll wait until they're done and then do that bit. Okay, it's fine. They can keep going. You should have... You can reach that. Everything can reach that one. If you complain about reaching that one, I would understand. Oh, I see, because they've been also digging out this from up here. Let's remove that bit for now. Let them know that they can smooth out the ramps. Do that so they're not fighting each other. Okay. Ah, yes. We take the gold ore, make it crushed gold. We take the crushed gold, make it gold powder. Settling tank. Multiple settling tanks. 4 settling tanks. To produce gold ore concentrate. Yeah, we're going to need, just because of the amount of acid that this would take, not that we'd need this much of it. Okay, can all of you come up here? Three levels in some places, 2 in others. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. That brings us down to the current level, 6, 7. We cannot go any deeper than that, otherwise we risk the integrity of the wall. No, it should be fine. Once it's dug down. Alright, that was getting buried is what that was moaning about. Yep. There's a little bit of uranium there. Oh, and that gives us access to luxury goods as well. Not that we're in any position to do anything with it. That would go there. We'd need 11. We need to be able to import goods, which we can't make. Okay, gold cost isn't too bad. I suppose the problem would be that the recycler is going to spit it out. That's something I haven't even thought about. If we do make the copper over at the other location, what do we do with the scrap? Do we leave that production here, or do we move it? Because that would require us to take all the scrap that's being produced here and take it somewhere else, which we can do because we can compress it. It's not that big of a deal. But we would need to move this, and we would also then need to take the gold over there. So while this would be the theoretical maximum, 2 lots of these for 9 gold. 2 gold for 8 of those. We only need 4 gold then. So we would only need 1 set of these. And we would have the crushers output in gold powder and then train that up and away. And if the gold train is going to be here, we can have the train turn around here. It's going to go this way, so we don't need to reconnect it to this. Higher priorities first, though. Leave that lot up there. Okay, we're getting some copper ore. I think we are going to move the ore production over here. We'll make the ingots and plates in this area, and then ship out the final goods. Oh, this is online. We're just waiting on this to be online, which it now is. Where's the first lot? Here's the first lot. This should have everything else it needs. All good. And this will get an extra 0.5 unity. It will increase our health by 15. Reduces mortality rate of any ongoing diseases if, for instance, the disease and mortality rate is 3%. And the reduction is 2%. The final mortality rate will be 1%. So it's a flat reduction. And then we have a space here for when we have the next tier. We was hoping or planning on getting gold done today, but everything else took longer. Everything always takes longer. Why am I surprised? But it looks like we have some other things we need to get done first. We need to get the sulfur mine up and running so that we can get a better supply of acid and to better manage all of that. Okay. Green pollution, air pollution. We actually have a very low amount of pollution. We now have a lot of health. Okay. I think we leave it there for today. Let's keep going a bit. Actually, no, we need to build the retaining wall first. Do I want to build it at this level? Or do I want to try to bring it down a level? Do I want to risk it? I mean, I'm fairly sure if I bring it down along this flattened line, then it should be safe. But yeah. I may do a little bit more between episodes, but we will leave it there for today. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the show. We're back again on Saturday. I don't know at the minute if I'm going to be playing this or not. I'll be honest about that. I'll try and figure out before Saturday, so I don't have to rush in the morning to figure out the title. But if we don't do it on Saturday, it will be next Tuesday. Either way, it'll be from 2 PM BST onwards. So hopefully, we'll see you next time. Cheerio.